just getting started up this morning, so just easing around looking for fish and see if we can find a good spot to fish this morning here. Maybe we can find a spot and catch us a nice fish. Doing real good. It's nice and cool here in South Carolina this morning, so it's some pretty weather. I think it's about 50 degrees this morning and no wind. Beautiful morning, beautiful morning. Awesome. Yeah, I like the cold temperatures. I'm not a hot weather person. 60 and below is my favorite time of year. Keeps all the bugs and pollen and all the nasty stuff away. I can always put more clothes on, but I definitely can't get cool. Hey West Country, how's it going? Cindy, where are you at to be starting winter this time of year? Ah, South Africa. Cool, cool. I never think of it that way. So I guess you guys, Cindy, your climate's reverse of ours. We're just now getting ready to start summer, or yeah, next couple weeks we'll start summer here. So I guess the climate conditions are reversed. Then we'll spin you guys around, let y'all see the scenic ride here while I'm looking a minute. Let's see if I can spin it. There we go. Still interact with you here in the chat, but at least let you look at something a little prettier than I am. West Country, it is a pretty place in here. It's kind of a less used area here. We're in a little reservoir between two power plants, and kind of rocky and stumpy. I got a jet drive that I fish in here with, but I hadn't been on this side in a while, so I'm gonna try a few new spots and see what I can do. But not a lot of people come in here for a couple reasons. One, they're a little scared to get in here because of the conditions of the water and the rocks and trees and shallow areas, and then the other part is the boat landings are not the best landings. They will have a couple of vandals come through every once in a while, but can't leave your life worried forever. So out here, join them and see what happens. Yeah, it'd be a great time to go swimming. We're 50 degrees air temperature this morning, and the water here is 78, so it almost feel like a hot tub. Be perfect conditions for swimming. I think we got pretty good service this morning, so we should have a pretty good video. But if it gets a little glitchy or buzzing up on me, let me know. I'll see what I can do. I'm riding at the moment. Hopefully it'll stay clear. No, Cindy, cold water is not my favorite. I like cold temperatures and warm water. Definitely warm water. So Cindy, I guess you're in South Africa. You're probably 6 hours behind us or so, I'm assuming. So I guess it's around midnight where you're at. Midnight, 1 a.m. Is that right? All right, so you're 6 hours behind us here. It's 7:02 here in the United States and the Carolinas. West Country, midnight there in the UK. Awesome. Welcome in, welcome in. Glad you guys can join us here. Most of the folks here in the US is just now rolling over good. Gee, how's it going? You guys can see there's some pretty shallow areas in here. We got looks like a tree here on a flat, only about a foot or so deep. So I'm gonna try to skim around it here. We're gonna ride just a minute here, look for a few spots, and then set up, see if we can't catch a couple fish for y'all. Gee, you guys have been getting a lot of water up that way? I've heard a couple people up north say they've got some high waters. I guess you guys got a lot of rain up that way. Gee, we're looking for catfish today. Really anything, but primarily focusing on blue cats and flatheads. See if we can get some. They claim this is a very popular area for flatheads and some big blues, and not frequently disturbed. So we'll see if we can't find one. Last time I was in this water, not in this particular area, I caught I don't know, 22, 25 pound flathead, somewhere in there, and we caught several smaller blues. So we're gonna see if any of them are still here and want to bite. Two inches of snow in Maine. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, G. I like snow down here in the south, but we can get all 4 seasons in about 12 hours. We can have snow, thunderstorms, all that good stuff, all just a short period. Milgren's Pit Stop, how's it going? Lower Michigan, good morning, good morning. How's everybody this morning? All right, Cindy, we'll be here. I'll be on till, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours. See how the fishing's going. Gee, I'll send you all the bugs you want, bud. We got tons of them down here. We're fixing to have our mayfly hatch down here, which is terrible normally. So you need some bugs up that way, we can definitely get you some. Me too, Michigan, me too. Hey Ralph, welcome in. We're fishing in South Carolina here, not far below the state line, but we're in a little reservoir part of the watery chain. We're fishing here and trying to find a spot where there's a few fish located. Not seeing a lot this morning on sonar, but I think we got a deep hole up here on the right that I remember seeing before. We're gonna set up and see if there's anything there. Try to find us a good area to hang out and see what's biting. They're not running a whole lot of water this morning, so very possible that the fish aren't as active as they normally are, but we're going to see anyway. Michigan, that'd be awesome. Yeah, set it up. We'll pitch it out there, let everybody know what you got going on. Ralph, it is nice out here. We got a little cold front come through this morning, but typically we should be around 70, 75 degrees in the morning here, but we're down in the 50s this morning, and it doesn't really hurt my feelings a whole lot. Yeah, Michigan, everything's in full bloom here. Everything's, all the pollen and all the dust and bugs and all that have come out to hang out with us. So they've all had the blooms and hatches here. Around this corner here, guys, and I'll get everything set up and gals. We'll get everything set up and see if we can't catch a couple fish and hang out, chat a little bit. Alright guys, I'm going to set up a couple things here so we'll have a couple minutes before we get started. But go ahead and get us oriented. Give me 1 minute here. Michigan, man, we're all right. Me and I don't know if you've watched a little bit of Fishing and Hunting Outdoors. That's my normal partner during tournament season. He's got a channel as well, but we usually do fairly well in tournaments. We do a lot of tournament fishing. Not the best by no means. I think he done real well this year. He had a great season. He only fished a couple tournaments, and then I fished the whole season with a different partner this year, just because Fishing and Hunting wasn't going to be able to fish them all, and we ended up 4th in the point series. We were actually leading it up until the last 2 tournaments, but the competition guys there's some great guys, and they passed us at the last moment. I'm hoping they'll turn the hydro dam on here and get us a little water rolling through here. Michigan, that's right. I got some family members. Dad was a avid bass fisherman. He don't care much about catfishing, but he was a very avid bank fisherman and done real well in his time. He's getting a little older now. He still likes to get out and beat the banks a little bit, but he doesn't get in the boat very much anymore. And I try to get him to go with me very often, and he don't like to get in the boat. But got my grandfather loved to pond fish, both sides, so fishing runs deep in the family. My grandfather on my dad's side, he fished every day. He retired, he fished 7 days a week, and he was an avid cat fisherman, so he loved it. take me just a second here to get us all set up. I'm gonna flip you guys around where you can see the back there. Try to get us a setup spot. See if we can't catch a fish. Alright, let's see if we can't get a couple feet in the water. See if the fish ain't hungry today. I'll catch up with you guys on the chat here in just a second. Bait this morning from Jamie K Outdoors in Fort Lawn, South Carolina. If you're ever this way, stop by and check him out. He's got all kind of supplies, rods, reels, bait, about anything you need for fishing. A couple different cuts here this morning. We'll talk about that in just a minute. can't see that one real well, but you see the rod, but I threw it in a treetop. See the old flathead ain't laying there in the treetop. If I can catch up for a second here. All right, let's see. Yeah, Lower Michigan, my family didn't do a whole lot of camping when I was younger, but I do enjoy the outdoors a lot more than some of my family. Trying to catch up here, guys. Yeah, Michigan, get back out there, man. It's relaxing. It helps you decompress with some stress. It's good all the way around. All right, I'm gonna slide to one side here so y'all can see the rods as well as I can, and see if we can't make something happen. Slide you guys a little bit to the side here. Get a little better side angle here. I'm trying to put my big old head in the way. Hopefully we have a pretty good morning here for everybody. Yeah, man, I love this little boat. I've got 4 boats. None of them are great boats. I've got my tournament boat, which actually has a 60, 70 gallon live well I put in it. And then I bought this boat last year, and it's a jet drive. It runs in real shallow water. I don't have to worry about the rocks nearly as much. If it wasn't for tournament fishing, I'd probably fish in this boat 24/7. This is the boat that I enjoy. I still got a couple things I need to do to it, but it's definitely set up the way I like to pleasure fish. I think the only thing I want to do is I want to make a wider bench here, because if you bring somebody to fish with you, it's everybody ends up in a row, kind of like in a canoe. They don't have a lot of space to sit side by side. You got to sit in line. So maybe make that little modification, but other than that, it's about perfect. Good. I'm glad you guys can see. Try to figure out where to put the camera every time for the best view and best angle. This seems to be on this boat the best place to put it. I need to get it a little bit higher, but that's step two. We'll get it up in the air a little better here. Make me a little better mount. Well, we definitely got fish jumping around this. I just don't think they're the kind that wants to eat shad at the moment. We'll be patient. See if the big kids want to come get their picture took. They're not running a whole lot of water this morning either, so don't look like they're running. They're running a little bit, but it ain't much. It's moving very slow. That's probably leaked by on the hydro dam. I got a very, very large bait in a treetop on this side. It's about 12 foot of water here. Got the edge of the channel out behind us. A little bit shallower in front of us. We got a few active fish this morning swimming around. We'll see if it don't work here. We'll go for a ride to the other side and see what's over there. I was hoping this morning they'd turn on and generate some power and move a little water, but just not yet. Welcome in, welcome in. We got 3 watching, 6 thumbs up. I appreciate you guys in. If you enjoy the content, definitely hit the subscribe. Thumbs up if you don't mind. We're catfishing in South Carolina here on the Watery River chain. Trying to see if we can get a blue cat or a flathead. I'd really love to get a nice flathead. They say they're full here, but we'll see what wants to eat this morning. There's also alligator gar here, but really don't look forward to catching one of those. They're pretty rough on catching nets and all that. But they're part of the ecosystem, so we have to let them thrive and survive. But I don't look forward to putting one of those on the hook. Maybe should have brought a panfish rod this morning. I see them picking bugs off the water under the tree limbs. Sounds like the spillway behind us just opened up, so maybe we'll see. Got a really nice fish swimming by on the tree side here. So maybe he gets a little hungry. Let's see what they want here. Here for a second. See if you guys can see. Maybe we'll get that first takedown this morning. Pretty nice fish cruising through here. See if they're hungry this morning. Gee, it is a very quiet morning. I can actually hear the hydro dam about 3 miles down. I can hear the water running in it. It's peaceful with the birds and sunrise. Just a very relaxing morning. Set up here about 10 minutes, something like that. Give it a little while. See if fish want to eat. We may make a run around to the other side. There's two different bodies of water that feed this one little reservoir, so maybe if one's not flowing, the other one is. We'll run around and check it out. If you guys can see in the video, the steam coming up off the water this morning with the wind swirling looks pretty cool. We got looks like little miniature whirlwinds or tornadoes of steam out on the big water, but they're funneling up and spinning about 10 feet high, and then they break up. Wow, yeah, I hope that fish bites. Get a second, I'll show you some of these fish coming by on the screen if I'm a little faster on them. Hey Ralph, I usually only go on the weekends. I work Monday through Friday, usually Monday through Friday. I may go live this coming Monday, but normally it's Monday through Friday I work, and then Saturday, Sunday I go live. When I have time around the kids' events, got got two kids. One of them just finished soccer, and another one's finishing up his first year of Boy Scouts. I think they're going to be out for the summer here in about 2 weeks, so should have a little more free time, and maybe with the longer afternoons I can get some afternoon trips in with you guys. But right now it's just Saturdays and Sundays and holidays where we're available unless I take a vacation day or half day at work. Ralph, you guys do a lot of fishing up in New York? Ralph, glad you're doing better there, man. Glad you're back at it and doing a little better. Always stay up, man. Stay positive. Keep your head up. I know it's not as easy as it's said, but lot of things out there worth keeping your head up for. What kind of fish you got up there, Ralph? What you guys fish for in New York? A lot of the northerners are doing trout this time of year. Okay. I hear a lot of guys lies out kind of west that do a lot of walleye fishing too. It's, that and trout both. We don't have a whole lot down in the southeast. So you get up in the mountainous area, you get a little bit of rainbow trout or brown trout, but don't hear walleye down here spoke of very much unless it's somebody that's from up north or out west a little bit. I think the biggest conversation around walleye was the big scandal of the tournament, what, year and a half ago? I think that's what they were fishing for, was walleye. The two guys that got caught putting weights in their fish to win tournament. Fish Eyed Fool, how's it going this morning? We're gonna try to get on this morning, Fish Eyed. There's some good fish on the sonar here, but they're not hungry yet. They've already had breakfast, so might have to wait till they want lunch. June 23rd, this bass opens up there. Ralph, we got some seasons down here, but it's not many limitations on when. If anything, we have some size limits depending on the body of water. Really, the only fish that I know of around here that has a season is striped bass or hybrid bass of that sort. Largemouth bass we have pretty much any time of the year as long as you meet the creel limit. Trying to think if there's any other fish, inland fish here that we got that has limits of or a season. Everything pretty much has a size limit that's a game fish. They've been working on some new regulations and rules a few years back. They changed the catfish rules. I believe it, before I started tournament fishing for catfish, you could only have one over 32 inches. I think now the rule is two over 32 inches per person per day. And then if you go to North Carolina, I do believe North Carolina there's only one blue over 32 inches per person per day. So a lot of the tournament trails used to run three fish weigh in or sometimes four fish weigh in on the real big circuits. They would they would only let you weigh in two over 32 inches if you fish by yourself, um, which is not common. Here's a bite. Huge bait over there, so we'll keep an eye on it for a second. Fish over 32 inches is doable here, getting two or three at one time, but not very common. I believe this rod's got a fish on it too. Slack out of it there. Let's see if they want to bite it again. I see two nibbles in one short window there. That green rod on this side here has a very, very large bait on it. And then got a head piece on this one, got a body chunk on this one, and got a fillet on this one here. So It looks like both head pieces got hit, which was consistent with what we were getting last time we went live. It's on part of the same water chain, but it's about 15, 20 miles from here upriver through a couple hydro dams. And up there we were getting hits on just the head pieces too. New York makes it complicated. I've heard that, Ralph. I hadn't. One area I've never been. Have never been that far north in New York. I've been kind of central. I've been up to Michigan and Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, all the central southern states, but I haven't made it up in that area, Massachusetts, all that area. But I've got some friends that said New York is complicated on some things. Good morning, welcome in. We got 6 watching, 6 thumbs up. You guys welcome to join the channel here. Looking to catch some blue cats or flathead catfish this morning. There are channel cats and alligator gar in this water as well, but not targeting those. But occasionally you will hook up one of those. Using cut shad this morning as cut bait. See if they want to eat some of the shad. And I didn't bring any panfish rod or perch rods, sabiki rigs to catch white perch or any panfish, so don't have any of that to fish with this morning. We've had a couple of takedowns, but nothing wanted to stay on the line. So we're gonna give them a little while longer. Had some really good fish swim by on the sonar, so they're up and moving. Probably cruising around looking for food this morning, but not eating what we're wanting just yet. We'll give them a little while here. Noticing too, I don't know if they're surveying the lake or what. There's a lot of pink ribbons hanging in the trees right on the edge of the water. Usually that's an indicator where they got trout lines or limb lines hung. But the few I looked at this morning didn't have anything under them. It's just a ribbon on the tree. They may be doing something up water too with the hydro station. I think we're going to get a fish on this corner one here. Just pulling it. Trying to. Might be a turtle too. I believe that's going to be a turtle. That or a smaller fish that can't get the bait in his mouth. I believe I mentioned earlier, but for those of you who are new in here, I've got some larger baits on this morning. Trying to keep some of the smaller fish off the line. Want to catch a really good fish out of here. I know they're in here. I've heard of them in here. It's the old wise tale of how big the fish are, but I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, whatever it is, I took my bait way up. I threw it straight out and it's up this way now. So see if we can fill in here. whatever it was, took it way upriver. Oh, this is just bait. Oh, not real. Alright, gotta reset speed. This guy had to get earlier. Get them reset there and let's see what happens. Slide that over and I'll probably trip over before it's over with. Sun's gonna break over the treetops here shortly. It might get a little bright, so we may have to move the camera around a little bit so you can see. Now it looks like the view is pretty good. Fish jumping everywhere. I believe they're gonna be carp and panfish. Not a carp fisherman by trade, but looks to be pretty fun from a few people I've watched. So may give it a hand one day. That's like the old catfish. You never know what's going to be on the other end as far as size. You might get a 2-pounder, 20-pounder, or 60, 70, 80-pounder before you know it. I hadn't caught a lot of big fish, but I caught quite a few 30-plus pounders, and you never know. 7:57. So we've been here about 30 minutes. We'll give it about 5 minutes, maybe 10, and we're going to reel up and go set up on another spot, see what we can find. Fish might be on the other side of the water here on the upper end of the lake. of the reservoir. I don't know. We may get lucky. I usually see a bald eagle or two around this area. I was trying to see what that was flying over, but it was a crane. But sometimes we'll see a bald eagle either nested up or feeding over here. So I'll try to get you guys some footage of it. Nothing better than a Memorial Day weekend watching bald eagles feed out here. Be an awesome morning. That green rod's getting a little tap. See if I can't straighten the line out here shortly. Acts a lot like a turtle does. Turtles will pull at it, pull at it, pull at it, but they can't carry it off. Give it 1 minute here and see what it might be. Whatever it is, it's still playing with it. Just can't get it to go. There you go. There, reach it a little better. Let's see. He's got about 3 minutes to get a hold of the buffet, and we're gonna go ride. Good morning, bow fishing. How's it going? Good, man, good. Going doing a little catfishing this morning. Nice weather, no wind, sun's about to come up. Haven't caught a fish yet, but we got several bites and nibbles. Just nothing staying on the line. So just a temporary customer, not full time. Maybe we can get one up here and take a picture for you. No, Bo, we haven't got anything yet. We've been here we've been in this spot about 30, maybe 35 minutes. We're fixing to move and go check the other side. They're not running water over here like I was hoping. There's two hydro dams that feed this reservoir. I hope they're running the other side. So let's see if we can't catch fish over there. A couple of bites off this rod, and we had one off this corner rod. We're gonna reel them up, slide around, and see what we can find, and see if there's any else here on the other side. Probably take us about 10 minutes to ride around. Let's check, see what we can find over there. It may not be running water at all this morning. We'll have to see. This one got her bait playing with it earlier. Yep. No fish on that one. I'm gonna make a short run, see. Bo, I'll keep you updated, bud. Normally if I catch a few, I'll do some little shorts or highlights so people can watch just those, and then I'll go back and tag the live so you can see exactly where we caught the fish at. Thank you for stopping by, Bo. We appreciate you dropping in. Alright, everybody, we're going to take a little ride and go see if we can't find another spot here. Had some nibbles here, but nothing worth catching, so I'm going to spin you guys around for the scenic tour. Oop. There we go. Hopefully the sun won't glare in your eyes too bad here in just a minute. about 2 hours into the morning, so it's kind of tough to get the right angle to see front and back without the sun in your eyes. Slide around here for a minute. Might be a little background noise on the motor, but hopefully we'll get to where we're going shortly, and we can look and see what we got. Scenic tour for a few. video look to be pretty clear still. Just make sure I got good service in here. I think I do. Looks like I got great service today. Normally I don't have any service in this area. Baby swimming close along there. You guys probably can't see them. They're more there. Let's level back up here. high courtesy and real slow. Ease on up a little further, hopefully. Should be far, we can see some rocks. Don't know exactly how far. Rogers, how's it going? Thank you for joining us. We're moving here for a little bit, trying to get to another area. Where I went this morning, they wasn't running water, so I want to try something different. And it's a little ride around the corner here. I don't know exactly how far, but never been on this body of water in this area, so I don't want to go too fast. Don't want to be full of trees and rocks. I want to tear something up. Shallower water, but I ain't seen the rocks yet. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the rocks and the flowing water. Haven't seen either of those yet. Have seen some trees sticking out of the water. Maybe we're getting close to where we need to be here. Getting a lot shallower. Across between these two islands because I don't see anything rocky shoals and running water they've been looking for. Up in here a little bit. Can't quite see it yet on the camera, but it's way on up there in the corner to your left. It's like a lot of rolling rocks. So we're gonna slip up in here, hopefully not hit anything. See if there ain't something that wants to bite. See that? There's the rock pile. I see some rippling water through it, so that's a great sign. It means we got some water moving. We're gonna find a little place here to set up in a second. Try not to run up on those rocks. Get us idle down. We can creep up in here. See if we can find a fish laid up in here. Oh yeah, we can hear it rolling good. Alright, so I'm gonna get set up here for a minute. Take me a few minutes. We'll get fishing. Alright, welcome back here, buddy. We finally made it what I was looking for. If you guys can see it. There's some rocks and rolling rapids, and that's what we've been hunting for. So we found it. Try to set us out a anchor here, let us roll out a little bit. And we're gonna try to catch a fish here. Pretty good chance we tackle here, but that's part of fishing in the rock. Alright, let's get set back up here. Welcome everybody. If you're back in watching, sorry for the long ride. I didn't realize it was that far. But a little further than I thought. Got a couple nice shad this morning. Bait. Those jumping up here. Settled in here. body. Little big body on this side. What a little one. Let's see if we can catch one. Got a little current today. Been looking for. All right, we're back in business. Sorry, bud. That's one thing I got on order. Had to come in yet's a microphone, and I don't talk real loud either, so I apologize. I'll try to talk a little louder so you guys can hear me here. All right, everybody, welcome back in. If you jumped out while we were riding and you're back, or thank you for the ones that hung out. We're set up here about 200 yards, maybe 300 yards from the rapids coming out of there's actually a whitewater center that runs through here. I don't know if they're actually whitewater rafting today. They probably are, but it runs out and it dumps out here in this waterway just ahead of us here. A lot of rocks here. Hoping there's a lot of fish up in here getting ready to feed with all this bait and stuff moving around. So we're gonna hang out here for a little bit. Carfire, how's it going? Welcome in. Carfire, I thought I modded you up last time. Let's see if we can't get you as a moderator so you can interact with the chat group here a little more. Just got set up, hoping to find a good fish up here, but hadn't had a whole lot of luck this morning. Had one spot we went to, wasn't running any water. We had 3 or 4 good pull downs, but nothing wanted to stay on, so decided to make a run up this way. I didn't realize it was that far. It was about 30 minutes or so. Bow fishing, welcome in, welcome in. Harper, I'm doing great this morning. It's About 55 degrees now probably here. Upstate South Carolina in the United States. Beautiful weather, no wind. Even though the fish aren't hungry this morning, it's a wonderful day. I'm hoping here shortly that the fish will want to hang out with us. Told them we do catch and release, but they don't understand the catch part, so I can't do the release. I feel good about it. Some pretty rocky rapids up ahead of us here. Farfire, have a good one. Come back and see us. Yeah, BP just targeting catfish today. There's some gar here and some carp in this body of water, and of course panfish and all that. But I typically focus on catfish. That's been my go-to fish for quite a few years. I used to be an avid largemouth bass fisherman, and hadn't been passionate about it like I was years ago. Got a little older and want something a little more relaxing. So kind of where I'm at now is just making videos for you guys to enjoy, and a little bit of ASMR time on the water. You know, those of you who like to just sit back and relax and see the water, and try to catch a few fish to make it exciting, just a relaxing morning. BP, can you hear me better now that I'm up here talking instead of near the back of the boat? Good deal. Yeah, I've been looking at the different microphones. I got one on order, and I'm not sure it's going to work with my setup because I stream half the time through an Android phone and part of the time through some of my GoPro devices. I don't have those set up today, but I think the one will work with my phone. I just don't know if it'll work with my GoPro devices. So I'll try to get all that set up. My GoPros have got a pretty good mic as part of the creator's setup I've got. So yeah, when I get a little further away from the phone, I do get pretty quiet. I noticed that watching some of my live streams back, so I did look at trying to get something a little louder for you guys to hear me better, or at least consistent. We're only fishing with 4 rods today here in South Carolina. We can fish with unlimited off of a boat on a tournament day, which is why you see all the extra rod holders. I don't know if you can see. There's 3 on each side. You can only see 2 of them there, and 3 across each side on the back, which is a total of 12. I usually fish 10, and then I'll put my net in the rod holder, which you can't see it, but there's a net there behind me, just so I have it at close access. Usually on the wrong side of the boat when you catch fish, but that's pretty common. And we'll run 10 rods during tournaments, which is what our tournament trail allows. As far as the state regulations, you can have as many as your heart's content. I personally, around 4 to 6 rods by yourself is a pretty good limit. That's a lot of rods to keep up with. But I have fished. I think we fished 22 in the tournament up at North Carolina here not long ago. That was an unlimited rod tournament. But again, that's a lot of rods. Now if we start drifting 6, 8 rods, 10 at the most, but anchoring, I can fan cast all the way around. I don't have rods on the front of this boat. but I can put another 6 or 8 rods on here easy and be comfortable. They're moving water this morning. It's probably not as much as it looks like, because normally I got 4-ounce weights on. Normally I'll fan them out and they'll end up near the back of the boat in pretty straight lines. So it must not be running near the water that I thought. Steve Franco, we are fishing for catfish today. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us. Guys, I say us and we a lot. That's me and you guys in the chat. Every once in a while, my wife will come out with me, my kids will come out with me, or me and my fishing buddy. He's got a YouTube channel too, but one of us will go out and fish and go live. So when I say us, usually it's me and you guys. If you guys will, thank you for joining us. You guys can collaborate with each other here in the chat. Also, feel free to hit the like, subscribe if you haven't already. I appreciate it. Looking to grow to around 500 to 600 subs here during the summer. Doing all right with you guys, and I really appreciate everyone here. Battle Wolf, what's going on, buddy? Welcome in. Trying to catch a couple catfish today. They're not wanting to cooperate. I sent out a memo, but nobody distributed it, I guess. So getting a couple of taps and nibbles here and there, but nothing wants to come up and get his picture took. Yes, sir. Battle Wolf, we're going for blue cats and flatheads if they want to bite. Channel cats are available here, but I think we may have a first nibble here. Channel cats are here, but not my targeted species for sure. Not to say that we won't catch one. There are gar, carp, panfish, crappie, brim type fish here. I believe, and I can't commit and say for sure, but I do believe there's striped bass in this area too. I know there's largemouth bass. A little bit of everything. We're doing cut bait today. I wish I had a little bit of live bait this time of year. The flat, love those live brim and perch and shad, but didn't bring any with me today. I got them from a local bait guy here that sells live bait, but I don't have a way to transport them live in this boat, so I put them on ice. But they're about 3 hours fresh. DP, you're absolutely right. Both of them are sneaky fish. They're predatory fish. I don't have a whole lot of luck with the flathead catfish, but they're an apex predator fish in the water. I just haven't targeted them enough to be good at them. I have caught some. I've caught a couple in the 30s and several in the 20s, but nothing bigger. But there's some monsters around here running around. So All right, guys, I was watching. It looks like there's some deer or something up in the trees up here. Can't really see with the all the leaves and canopy up there, but I'm pretty sure that's what. Yep, there's a couple of deer up there on the hill. They're running around playing, feeling good this morning. Battle, yeah, I've heard that, man. There's all kind of wise tales and tricks of the trade. Um, I've seen some guys use garlic and do pretty good at it. I've seen some guys use up in this area. There's a prominent YouTuber that uses strawberry jello and does really well with it. Chicken, soaking different types of chicken in different flavors has worked. Catfish have a strong sense of smell, so it definitely makes sense that they're prone to certain scents, and I think time of year makes a difference too. But I've had real good success with shad, whether it be smaller shad like threadfin or smaller bait fish like threadfin or shad or gizzard shad, the big ones. I've had pretty good success with all that. I've caught a few off of panfish. You get in North Carolina, you can use crappie and things. Yeah, livers are big around here. A lot of the folks that bank fish will use liver or use red worms night crawlers to target the channel cats. They love the night crawlers and channel cats. I've seen all kind of stuff. There's a lot of guys down the lower part that'll use deer heart or deer. Usually deer heart. They'll use deer liver. They'll put them in like a pantyhose or something because liver doesn't stay on the hook as well. They'll use deer heart because it's real tough. They've had pretty good luck with that. I think catfish will eat about anything though. Chicken intestine. Yeah, I don't think that's one I want to use unless I'm running low on bait. But if it works, it works. Worms. Yeah, the old worms, they'll catch about anything. I've caught brim, bass, crappie, catfish. You about name it off of worms. White perch love the red worms too. You can catch about anything off of worms, which is kind of odd to me. It's a delicacy to the fish, but I don't think worms are native in the water. It's something they like to eat like any other bug, I guess. Oh, I can imagine the chicken intestines do smell bad. All the stuff they eat, the bugs and junk they eat. Some of the best food in the world is a chicken, and they eat the nastiest stuff in the world. Battle Wolf, where are you located at? Headed out marsh to the marshland. I want to go down the coast and do some fishing down here. Actually, it's out of season here as far as the controlled season for how you can catch it, but I want to go down and go shrimping on the coast, catch some flounder, do a little bit of gigging too. We're not far from the coast here, so I can get down there pretty quick. New York, awesome, awesome. Yeah, I think two of our people were in here earlier that was from New York. No, one of them was from Maine. Yeah, we had one guy in here from New York just a little while ago. I think Ralph was the one that was from New York. He was saying you guys bass season opens. I think he said June 21st, 25th, or something like that. Somewhere near the end of June. What kind of fish you catching in the marshlands up there? I'm assuming the marshlands are mostly saltwater as well. All of our marshlands down here are saltwater usually. A few trout, time to bass fish. Awesome. Yeah, I don't bass fish much anymore. I'll do a little bit of pond fishing for bass, but as far as heavy fishing off a boat for bass and all that, I don't target those as much anymore. Getting a little lazier in my older age. Pickerel, bowfin, gold shad, and huge crappie. Cool. Yeah. A few of those species we got here. We got crappie here. We got bowfin here. Bowfin's considered uh, a nuisance or a pest here, so they recommend getting those out of the water here. We don't have any pickerel or anything like that here. So we have shad here, but I don't think they're the same as golden shad. Shad we have here is real mushy and usually used for bait. I think up north you may have moon eye and I think you said golden shad. Some of the larger shad that a little more fun to catch. Snakehead in a place told to kill when caught. Both hands are supposed to be in it. Yeah, the snakeheads and the bowfin are essentially the same fish, I think, right? They look about the same. BP, I have a lot of physical activity, man. Fishing's my relaxing time. I don't get at it hard while I'm fishing, but I work as a construction manager at a local company here. I put in a lot of time on my feet, steps, and working. I got two kids at home that I stay pretty active with, so this is my slow time. That steadily throwing and reeling nonstop for 4, 5, 6, 7 hours. That's not my idea of fun anymore. I like to throw the lines out, chat with you guys, and watch the rods and see what happens. I got places I can go and catch tons and tons of panfish or bass pretty regular, but I'd rather sit out here and relax and enjoy the weather and the scenery. You know, watching the deer run up on the bank earlier or whatever it may be. I enjoy that a lot more than physical activity for fishing. But don't get me wrong, I will get at it. I got quite a bit of land that I maintain and country boy by nature, so I don't have a lot of idle time except for when I'm in a boat. Okay. Yeah, I knew they looked the same. I didn't know the genetics in the background of them. That's neat to see the difference. TP, I'm gonna wrench you up there, bud. That way you can interact with some of the chat. Use guys I've seen in here a couple times or actively chatting. I'll wrench up so you guys can talk with each other and easier to link up in the background. That's right, Wolf. I come out here just for hanging out in the weather or in the outdoors. That's like deer hunting and all that. I don't do it for the need for the food or anything like that. That's just a bonus of it. I sit out here and watch the great outdoors, watch the sunrise and set, and all the animals and how they interact and move, and just nature in general. Very, very relaxing, very, very cleansing of the soul. Hoping we'd have a fish by now, guys. I've had a few taps since we've been here, but nothing wanting to eat. Give it a little bit. We might slide up or slide back a little bit, see if we can find another spot. I see a lot of the other boats are moving around too, so that's a sign that fish aren't biting a whole lot. We got a cold front come in yesterday, so that makes a difference on them too. I could sit out here all day as long as I don't get sunburnt. I could sit here all day and listen to nature. There's a lot of cool creatures out here that you never see or have anything to do with until you sit out here with them. It's fun. Like I say, I got some country boy in me with horses and cows and all that. And watch the deer. You know, you can tell all the animals when they feel good in the mornings when it's a nice cool morning, been hot for several days. And they're out kicking and running and jumping and having a great time. And that's a couple of deer up on this hill. It's a pretty steep bank up to our side here. They're jumping up and down. Wolf, I got a fish partner. I think she's going to come out with me tomorrow or maybe Monday. My wife is. She wants to come out and hang out. She claims she wants to have a cold beverage of some sort, whether it be a Diet Coke or some sort of beer that she wants. But she wants to come out and just hang out with me and interact with us and you guys and watch the fish. She likes to catch fish every once in a while, but she's usually doing the wonderful wife and stay-at-home mom thing. She goes with the kids and does a little bit with them. I don't make it home time to do some of the events, but as far as the games and everything that I can make, I usually go with them. Try to make a priority on everything the kids have got going on. But this is one of the first few weekends that we haven't had something lined up every day. And our youngest son's soccer season ended last weekend, so we hadn't had anything to do today. So I'm out here fishing. Cone Stone, excuse me. Stone Cup Fishing. Welcome. Stone Fishing, I was talking to you the other day, and I think Anyfin's chat, or maybe Skipjack Cindy won. We were chatting back and forth a little bit, so welcome in. Thank you for joining me. Yeah, Battle Wolf, ain't a whole lot of bird life out here. I don't know if you were tuned in a little earlier this morning before I moved, but actually, I don't know if you guys can see it, but bald eagles are becoming a little more popular around here. I think that's what that is, either osprey or bald eagle, but about this time of day, you'll start seeing one or two bald eagles come around and feeding. They're getting a little more popular here. You go on down the lake, another 10 or 15 miles, they're really popular. But here, you'll see one every once in a while. That's right, stone fishing. It was thunderstruck. Yep. Yeah, I kind of float between you guys there on the lives and support everyone. A lot of great fishing channels out there. Guys are looking for channels. There's tons of them out there. I'm fairly new to this. I've been on YouTube for about probably 15 years, but I didn't upload my first fishing content video until March. I think was the first one. I've always more or less used it for watching others and having access to channels, and now I decided I'm gonna play around with it and see how the content creator world works. Stone fishing, no, we have not caught anything today. It's been slow. We got a little cold front that came in yesterday. We were in the 80-degree highs, and I think today the high is supposed to be like 72. So we got about a 15-degree cold front come through. So not having much luck this morning. We had several nibbles and bites and pull downs, but nothing got hooked up just yet. So we're on our second spot. I'm in South Carolina, Stone. I'm right below Charlotte. If you look at a map where Charlotte, North Carolina is, if you draw a line straight down, I'm probably 45 minutes or an hour south of there. Yeah, Battle Wolf, I'm gonna try to get better. Like I say, I do it for fun. I know a lot of guys out there are doing this as a full-time gig, making money. But if I make any money, that's great. I'm just more or less out here having fun and sharing experiences. I'm hoping to get my kids out here a little more once they slow down, let them catch some fish and have a good time in the outdoors. My youngest one loves it out here. My oldest one, he's more into his events at the moment. He doesn't want to come out here and spend a whole lot of time on the water, but he'll go with us. He'd rather swim. The youngest one wants to fish. But try to make some memories, and I bet my youngest one's probably watching with us live at home this morning. So, Rustic Outdoors, welcome in. It's a beautiful morning out here. Beautiful. It's about 60 degrees now. Sun's out, no wind. Got a little bit of water flowing. We're trying to catch us a healthy catfish of either blue cat or a flathead, but none of them wants to cooperate just yet. Stone fishing, that's awesome, man. Florida's a cool little area too, but I don't know if I want to live down there with all the hurricanes. There's way too many for me. Rainier, where you at, Rustic? Where are you at, Rustic? Are you further north? I hear like there's a lot of high waters and rain going on up in the northern area. Southeast Missouri. Ah, I was out there not in Missouri. I wasn't far from it. I was in west, about the furthest west in Tennessee you could go. Come out, done a little duck hunting out there. Not this January, last January, so a year and a half ago. We went to Reelfoot Lake out in Tennessee and duck hunted out there. So is that northwest Arkansas? Is that right? Yeah, Rusty, that's why when you said eastern Missouri, we actually were debating on getting a dual license and hunting Missouri and Tennessee while we were out that way. But we didn't make it across. We rode over into that area just kind of killing some time at one afternoon, but we didn't actually hunt. Reelfoot's a neat lake. I didn't realize the history of Reelfoot either. I'm sure you know it because you're out there a little closer, but all the history and drama over duck hunting is pretty interesting to read. All right, Arkansas. I've been to Arkansas one time in life, and I couldn't tell you anything about it. I do remember the exact day that I was in Arkansas, but I don't remember much about it. My grandmother was part of the Indians out in Oklahoma. We went out to visit her area after passing my great grandmother, and the morning we left Oklahoma was the morning of Oklahoma City bombing. So I guess that was 1992, 1993. The wonderful part of the world in 1992, 93, and the data technology. We left Oklahoma City that morning. We stopped in somewhere in Tennessee, Kentucky to spend the night, and we seen the footage on the news of what had happened. Probably didn't miss the events of everything by more than about an hour of our departure, but we missed all of that. So an unfortunate time, but definitely can remember what's going on. Been out there for 23 years. Awesome. Yeah, I've been in South Carolina my whole life. I've been within 2 miles of where I'm at my whole life. But I love the southeast coast. We get a little bit of every kind of weather for about a day. Had someone in here chatting with us earlier said they lived in Maine and got 2 inches of snow this week. I don't think we've got 2 inches of snow that stayed more than a couple hours ever here. And we get some snow and it's gone before you know it. I've seen people get snow in the morning and cut grass in the evening here in the Carolinas. Rusty, where'd you fish at in the Carolinas? There's some great fishing here in the Carolinas. You can go down Santee, Lake Marion, Lake Moultrie, Wiley, Wateries, all those. You got a lot of river chains around here, the PD chain. I'm on the Wateree, the Catawba River Wateree chain here. And I think there's Broad River that runs over on the little bit further west of us. Some pretty good fishing here, some pretty good lakes. Down by Myrtle Beach, you're probably in the PD chain down around Myrtle Beach. If you get real south, you can get down in the same chain I'm on, which is Lake Wateree, feeds into the Wateree River, and then with the Congaree River. Maybe getting a little pull on that outside orange rod there. That one's been hit a couple of times, so. Got a swimming hole called the Myrtle Hole in Arkansas. It's amazing how the names travel around the country. Rusty, there's a lot of them down here, man. I know Bob, any fins as possible, he came down and fished with the guy I normally fish with tournaments, fishing and hunting outdoors, or fishing and hunting 80, I think is his technical name of his channel. Jamie and any fins went fishing down at Santee. I think they caught a couple of fish, nothing outstanding, but Santee has the capability of producing some great fish. But fishing this year has been kind of off a little bit. Jeremy's Tournament Cast. I don't know if I've seen Jeremy's Tournament Cast. I have to look him up, Rusty. Stone says the hole is 3 foot. Swimming hole for kids. Stone, Myrtle, it's probably nicer than Myrtle Beach. You know, I've been here all my life, and Myrtle Beach is a big tourist attraction. But it's not the greatest area in the world to go. You know, it's one of those, if you're local, you see, oh, Carolina Reel Screamers. All right, yeah, Rustic, I know who Carolina Reel Screamers are. I know them as a competitive team. I don't know them as a YouTube channel, but I'll definitely look them up. I've seen them quite a few times on the water. But yeah, what I was saying about Myrtle Beach. Myrtle Beach is appealing to the eye and appealing by the map. Myrtle Beach has gotten pretty bad over the last few years with crime and all the different events they have. Oh, he let go. Alright guys, fish got on and let go. Check the bait, try again. It was a catfish. We got slime on the line. If you guys can see that, that's a pretty healthy shad head. So we're gonna chunk it back out and see what's out there. All right. Well, we had a fish on. A lot of the fish lately has been short striking or biting right at the end of the bait and not holding it. I think that was the scenario there too. We've had 4 or 5 bites like that this morning. Just pulled it down and let go. What kind of bait and lure are you using, may I ask? Stone, we're using a Santee rig. If you Google a Santee rig, what it is, it's a pretty heavy leader. I'm using 30-pound mono as a main line. I'm using 60-pound Andy line as my leader. Anything from 18 to 36 inches long, and you put a peg float in the middle of it. Yeah, I got one here to show you. Let me grab one out to show you what we got here. Oh, that ain't one. But they really common here in the Carolinas. You run about 18 to 36. I usually run them about 24 to 30 inches long. But what it'll be, I don't know if you can see that, got a 3-way swivel here on the end. It's a barrel swivel with a barrel swivel on the side of it, and then I put a quick snap on it for changing weights because we'll go from drifting to anchoring. I've tried different ways. I've tried polymer knots and all that. I've ended up with crimping. Crimping seems to work pretty well. I've done a little bit of testing. I'll probably make some videos here coming up of testing my knots. I crimp them about 30, that's probably closer to 36 inches. Run a peg float about a foot up to hold your bait up. And what it does is when your weight's down here, like this, your float holds it up in the air. Your bait's kind of dangle like that in the water, and it keeps it up off the bottom just a little bit. I run a 10-aught hook that I snail on. I don't know what the technical name of that snail is because I've seen the easy snail and all that. This one, I had a guide that I went to school. He's a guide now, but I went to school with him in college, and he told me that he was having trouble with his snails coming undone, and he went deep sea fishing, and a guy taught him how to tie a snail knot. And I can tell you now, you can cut the line on this thing and that snail ain't coming off. You'll have to take it. Usually I end up having to take a lighter or something and melt it to get it off. If I want to retie it, it just doesn't cut. But there's several ways to tie a snail knot, but that's the way I tie mine. Let's see, it's called a 30-pound Blue Wednesday. Awesome. I'll check that out, Rusty. Oh, we got a fish on over here, guys. All right, finally got a fish on. He stays on. I think it's about a 5-pounder, nothing crazy. I think he let go. Nope. Yeah, about 5. Yeah, he's about 7 pounds. Nice little fish. Definitely beats the skunk. So we have got the skunk out of the boat today. guys, I'll get it picked up. We can get a picture of him. He has made a mess out of my line, my cork, my weight, everything. That's how he got hooked for all that mess. Messed out all of it. But you got too close. Now he gets the picture took. Alright. There we go. Nice little blue. He might be 5-7 pounds. Not terrible. We'll let him go back to swim. We do practice catch and release with CPR. He got a picture took and he's headed back home to tell his friends how fun it was. Tell his bigger friends how fun it was. Thank you, thank you. Let's see. Yeah, those nets with the big holes, they're aggravating, but you got to have the big nets to catch the bigger fish. That's a double extendable net I use for my kids when they're with me, because a lot of times they can't work them up beside the boat, so I'll get extended out where I can reach a lot further. That one's pretty heavy because it's got a double handle in it. Thunder got you into the outdoors of YouTube? Awesome, awesome. Yeah, I've been watching Thunder for a while. He talks to me a good bit, but he hadn't I don't think he recognized me. My channel name's not the most user-friendly name to remember. My wife keeps telling me that I gotta switch it up to something a little more catchy, but it's been competitive angler for, I don't know, at least 5 or 6 years. So. You can tell, I think we got I hope you guys can see it there or not. See if I can zoom in. It's not real good quality there. Right over the motor, you should see it coming right here in just a second. It looks like an otter or something going across the water there. Just barely see its head sticking out, but not enough to see where it's at. Awesome. Yeah, Thunder seems to be a pretty good dude. Like I said, I've talked to him quite a few times on chat. He's rocking and rolling, a busy fella. I think the other day when I was talking to him, he had 20-some fish on the hook. So he was definitely busy catching fish and kind of chatting in between. Yeah, those otters are cool little animals. They pretty neat little animals. I've only seen a couple of them up close, but they're definitely smart animals and very thrifty when it comes to eating out here. It's got to be tough catching these fish with your hands. I can't catch them with a hook. Rustic, you were talking about meeting up with Carolina Real Screamers down here. We've been talking about trying to, I'm sure there's somebody already doing it, but several of us are new at YouTube content creating down here in the Carolinas, and we've been talking about putting a little event together of some sort. We ain't got a full plan yet, but can't decide. We do a lot of charity events. I'll probably go live on one here in 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks. There's a gentleman down here that has a guide service. He does a lot of charitable work with special needs kids. So he does the USSA tournament, which I had to miss this year. I've done it every year until this year. I had something going on at last minute. And then he does another one that's called the Hands of the Sportsman. And what he does is he gets somewhere between 15 and 50 kids that are either underprivileged or have some kind of terminal health problem that's going on, and try to give them the outdoor experience. I think Hands of the Sportsman does a little more than fishing, but the USSA, I think, is really if I remember right, it's terminal kids. One of them's terminal kids, and one of them's kids that just are lower privileged. And so we try to take them out. We got a Catfish club here. A lot of those guys chip in their time and boats, and we take the kids out for 4 or 5 hours and let them experience something that they may not ever experience, or may not be able to experience much longer because of their health. Oh, stone cold, man. Hate to hear that. You have a lot of spells with your epileptic seizures, or is it just kind of random? I know some people are random and some are terrible. Random. Now, I don't know much about it. I used to shoot semi-pro archery, or I guess you'd call it semi-pro. I wasn't on the amateur level. Uh, I guess you would say I was a sponsored shooter. I shot all the Southeast. I shot the American Shooters Association. But one of the guys that got me into it, he had seizures quite regular. But usually he could tell that his was coming on. I would say a long nose. He could usually tell within 30 minutes or so that something was going on, that he was about to have one. Are you able to detect yours a little earlier, or is it normally by surprise? Okay, so yours is triggered by lights. I have heard epileptics caused by lights too, and I know there's different types of seizures, but I don't know if you were able to predict them or control them a little bit occasionally, or if it was just, I know a lot of them's neurological, so you can't control all of them. Okay. At least you get a little bit of control, or at least a little bit of time on it to at least get a little bit of control on it. See, stuff like that worries me, being out here in a boat by myself. Fortunately, unless I don't know, I've been fairly healthy, so I don't have a whole lot of concerns. But you never know, passing out or seizure or something that you've never had a condition of before. You fall in the water before you know it. It's always troublesome. I'll tighten this anchor up. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Oh, okay. Is that a technique like a medical technique that you found that helps, or is that kind of a like a visual tick that your body does naturally to try to overcome it? Okay, all right, cool. Amazing your body, even though something's going on, still comes up with mechanisms of how to work on something that's not right. You know, I was talking to a friend of mine the other day. You know, the human body is an amazing vessel, but I guess vessel is the right word. It's amazing as far as what it can handle. You can get in some of the most terrible accidents and overcome and survive and recover, you know, with little to no noticeable difference. And then, you know, you get one slight chemical imbalance or neurological imbalance and how fragile the system is. His son was in the hospital for some kind of treatment for cancer, and he had slept for 2 days, and they found out that he was having many seizures, but he wasn't showing any seizure signs. He was just basically looked asleep. There's no convulsions or anything like that. And they found out part of his genetically modified medication to fight cancer was causing many seizures, and they gave him some sort of medicine that they know that is known to cause these types of seizures, and they gave him one dose of another medicine, and immediately he woke up like nothing was going on. So, okay. Let's say I know just enough of general public seizures. I don't know enough about them all the way around. So I know I've been in presence of people having them, but I don't know what types they were having and why. Rusty, the air temperatures here, is about 50 degrees for the lows. I think it's supposed to get around 70, 71 today. Water temperatures are actually very warm. We're in the upper 70s in the water temperature. Um, should be close to 80 in the water temperatures here in another week or two the ambient temperatures come on up. So won't be long. We'll definitely have some hot water here. Yeah, Rustic. I'm not sure it hadn't started already a little bit. A few of the blues I've been catching lately have been banged up a little bit. So either they're feeding hard in the rocks and getting roughed up, or they're actually already starting to spawn. We seen a male blue, I guess about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago at a tournament. He had a head that must have been that big, and it didn't have any body weight to him, like he had already spawned and lost a lot of weight. So definitely, definitely either starting to happen or already happened some. Should be any time, but that's when it gets real slow around here. Guys, I'm gonna have to swipe down for a second. My wife's trying to reach me for something. Let's see if oh, sorry about that. I'm trying to see what my wife needed. She usually knows when I'm live. Call me, so. What's that, Stone? What's the best part of being married? I've got a couple of ideas, but I always like to hear everybody else's opinion. Yeah, Stone, I think I know where you're going with this, and that's why she's calling me. She must have got one hand free. Yeah, yeah, that's exactly it, bud. That's what happened this morning, about 5 a.m. I got in the boat. I was surprised she got loose so fast. Thought in Boy Scouts they taught me a little better on knots. So I'm gonna have to practice a little more. Might have to try again tomorrow to see if it holds tight. Roll these up, throw them back out. Current pull them around. Yeah, Rusty, they should be gorging, getting pretty full. So that's why I was kind of hoping up here in these rocks where I'm at. I think you were on, but let me flip it around here. You can see that there. It's a nice little roll, and instead of oh, my mounts won't act crazy. That's what I'm fishing for. Is that's the end of the rivers that feed to us. They use it for whitewater rapids, but you can't really get a boat up in there. And I was hoping, all that agitated water and oxygenated water was um, getting the fish to come in here and want to eat. A lot of times those fish will run up in that turbulent water and eat right before the spawn. So maybe if this don't work here shortly, we're gonna have to move around. Oops, wrong click. Have to move around a little bit, see what we can find. So I hadn't been up here in this area ever. I've seen it by satellite and I wanted to come check it out. So that's why we're where we're at now. Stone, have a good one, man. You can stop back by and check us out. If you ever down this way, reach out. We might hook up and go fishing. Yeah, Rustic. After the spawn, man, those blues they're beat up pretty bad. Um, fishing tournaments and stuff, we usually knock off before the spawn. We don't want to harm the fish during the tournament season during spawn. So our last tournament. Oh, fish on, guys. Fish on. Might be a little better fish there. Maybe. Come this way. Be the same fish, guys. Almost, almost the same fish. Here's got some pound or two heavier. Stinks too, been buried down in the mud. I don't know if you guys can see that or not, but see the leeches there under his whisker. He got a little chunk took out of his head there. He's been bumping around with some of the competitors. All right. Can't get another one. Fish on. Yep, that's right. Makes two for the day. You know, if a fella wanted to eat a little bit of stew, that's probably the best ones to have there for the stew. Paranormal, welcome in, welcome in. Good to see you, Whisker Biscuit. I am at your favorite place here at Stumpy Pond. Where am I? Welcome in. Good to see you again. Hope everybody's doing well. PR, how's it going? You guys hadn't yet checked out PR Fishing Journal. Doing some awesome job of supporting others. Love to support people. Doing a great job putting out everybody's lives and sharing them. So definitely help out PR Fishing. Whisker, awesome, man, awesome. I thought I might see you out here this morning. Fishing's been a little slow, but it's picking up. I hadn't caught anything in the first 2.5 hours. Yeah, we're live for 3 hours, and I've caught 2 fish in the last 30 minutes. So maybe it's picking up a little bit. Paranormal, you started that fishing page yet? I know you said you were thinking about it. You're welcome, PR Fishing. Definitely enjoy other pages that help share each other's content. So definitely, you guys can like and subscribe to each other. Thumbs up here on the chat. We got 7 you fine folks in here. I got 18 thumbs up today. That's pretty good for a beginner live stream. Oh, you got 2 pages? Well, now I figured it out. Maybe. Might be pulling my leg this morning. Makes sense though. Got the PR on both of them. I'm not a what you call a fast smart fellow. I'm just a smart fellow, but really really slow at it. Takes me a couple of days to figure it out. Hey, where am I? Funny little story of your screen name here. If you ever look up the NFL quarterback Tom Flick, he does a motivational speaking now. If I remember correctly, I think he played 5 snaps in the NFL. He ended up with like 3 missing teeth, a broke jaw, and a broke leg, or something like that. Kind of funny story, but the best part of his motivational speaking that I've ever seen is a story when he played back in, I don't know, 90s, I guess is when he played. He's still a fairly young fella. He's probably in his 50s now, but he first play of the football game, he went up to take a snap behind center, and the guy on the defense hollered at him. He said, "Who are you?" And he pointed at him, and he said the whole entire offensive line stood up and looked at him like, "Who's back there?" So every time I read your name, it kind of have a little inside joke in my head there. It's like, where am I? I have to think where I'm at all the time. So, sometimes it's the name that means more than what some people know. Rustic, that's right. I can't keep up. I get notifications on stuff and I don't even know where they come from. I swipe them away, can't figure out who they were for. Yeah, I'm not quite 58 yet, but I'm destined to have some kind of memory loss. I had one side of the family that had dementia, and the other side has Alzheimer's. So one way or another, I'm gonna lose where I'm at before it's over with. I hope to be as healthy as they were until their 80s, until it really set in. I figured by now, guys, we'd see some whitewater raptors come down. They usually turn them loose pretty early. Whisker fishes this area too if he's still in. Whisker, you ever see the whitewater raptors come down? Thank you, Rusty. Thank you. Yeah, you guys definitely like and subscribe. It's free. I don't even think it shows on that side monetization or anything. You know, I'm not out here to make money. I've got a good life. If you guys want to donate, support the cause, you're definitely welcome to. If it's even there, I don't even know if it's there. I don't know how to do all that stuff. I'm still learning this. But you guys are welcome just to watch the content, hang out with me, chat, ask questions. I'll help you any way I can. I tell folks all the time, I'm competitive when it's a tournament day, but 5 minutes after we're done with the tournament, I'll tell you anything you want to know. The fish is going to move, change, bite something different next time. And where I am, there's kind of a little funny story, trying to get in my 40s a couple years back, probably 5 years ago. I was late 30s. And I thought, well, you know what? I need to quit drinking soft drinks. I need to try to be a little better about life. Eat a little better. And I decided to go from regular soft drinks to diet drinks. So I was drinking Diet Coke, Diet Wild Cherry Pepsi, Diet Cherry Pepsi, Diet Dr. Pepper. Anything that had a bold flavor to try to overcome that artificial sweetness. And I got through that. That part wasn't bad. It took about I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks to get over the artificial sweetener, that tart aftertaste. And about 6 months in, man, I couldn't remember how to do anything. I couldn't remember how to get in and out of the house half the time. I'd walk in my shop and stand there for 20 minutes. I couldn't even remember why I went down there. And then I decided after about 6 or 7 months of drinking diet drinks that I was going to go cold turkey and do without all of it. I was going to go to water only. And man, the improvement of my thought process and not being forgetful and everything immediately came back almost a week or two after I quit drinking soft drinks that were diet. So, I don't know if it's my chemical interaction with it, but it was terrible. Yeah, I'm gonna just swipe down. Let's make sure my wife is all right here. All right. I guess whatever she needed wasn't important. Probably her diet drinks made her forget that I was fishing today. Where am I? That's probably the best thing. Um, the one habit I never picked up was any kind of smoking. But now I was a part-time bartender and a DJ in a bar for years before they passed the laws here in the Carolinas that you couldn't smoke indoors. I probably consume more secondhand smoke than most smokers consume firsthand. So it definitely takes a toll on your health. My wife was a smoker when I met her. She's 14 years now, 15 years smoke free. Um, she says she can definitely tell a difference in it, but she would take a smoke any day of the week if you let her. She said that craving never went away from her. But she also still drinks coffee like it's a busted mug. That joker can drink 12 cups of coffee by lunch like it ain't nothing. Guys, they still running water, but it's slowed way down. Wow. Well, I guess it's a good thing you didn't know, because if you did know, it would have been more severe. How'd you know you had one? One of the two. It just loss of heart function, or were you in for other concerns and they detected it? Yeah, Rusty, the big flathead should be chewing down on the panfish, the bluegill, the sun shell crackers. Can't use them in South Carolina, but crappie, man, they're tough on crappie. You can use them in North Carolina, and the crappie they're really hard on. I'd like to have some out here this morning, but I didn't have time to catch any. They're pretty rough on white perch here too. Oh, so you found out after you stopped smoking? You don't think it was related to the anxiety and stress of quitting smoking? Your body detoxes for a little while. I wonder if that kind of kicked something in and didn't know it. Oh, okay. So underlying factors is what made you determine you were having problems. I've got a good friend of mine. He fishes with me too. He's had 2 or 3 heart attacks, and then he's also an AFib, so he's had some complications with breathing as a result of heart problems too. I don't know all the different information, but I know his shortness of breath is pretty bad because of all the heart problems he's had. He's been an AFib on and off for years. They done was last year. It was last year. They done that. What's it called? A heart ablation, where they go in and freeze part of the heart that's having problems. Uh, Rustic, have a good one, bud. Cook some good breakfast for those grandkids. Feed them, make them growing kids, let them fish. I don't know if you guys can see the water volume has slowed way down. The bubbles were going by earlier were fairly quick, and they're almost stopped now. So they must have slowed down the discharge on the upper end, or they're running the hydro station on the other side where it was this morning. But either way, the volume has slowed down. I think it's about time for a snack myself. Rustic done made me hungry. I'll grab me a snack. I'll be right back if I got something that I want. Let's put it that way. Good old beef jerky. Paranormal, you still hanging out with us today? That's different. So I got a question for you. You do the paranormal activity. Even though I told you earlier, I don't have a preference to go find this stuff myself. Is it real popular where you're at to have paranormal activity where you're looking to capture like footage of it, or is that your your hobby? I know some areas of the world are a lot more defined with paranormal activity. kind of what I was wondering. We were actually having a discussion of paranormal activity last night with my wife and kids. My son asked me, do I believe in afterlife, which would be ghosts or any kind of paranormal activity? And I had to tell him a story. So there's a residence here that is about 2 miles from where I was born and raised. And the backstory of this house was back in the late 1700s, early 1800s. It was one of the first homes here, somewhere in that time frame. I don't remember the exact date range. But the plantation owner here was also the warden of the community, or the sheriff, or whatever their titles were back then. And they were remodeling this house. The parents bought it. It's a huge, huge 2.5 story house, probably 8,000 square foot, huge house. It's got the old rock pillars and stuff like that under it. And as kids, we would get under there. We were 12 years old, maybe 15 at the most. We get under the house because it's always cooler under the house. And under the house on the beams, so all the pillars are made out of stone instead of masonry type stuff. And you could tell all the main beams of the house were hand carved out of I'm assuming oak or some kind of hardwood, because they were very big and heavy, and they were placed there. But I guess the gentleman that built that house in the late 17, early 1800s, whenever he built it, they actually had the shackles where he kept slaves on the columns there, still hanging there. And I was asking the girl one time about it. She said, yeah, she said, every once in a while there's some weird stuff happens around here, but we can't explain it. But we wonder if it's got something to do with the house and the history. And then I was over playing some kind of video game as a kid. Me and her brother were really good friends, and she was there. And the old dial radios where you turn the dial and it runs across the different bands of FM and AM. That radio would come on, sit up on the mantle. It came on and it scrolled from one side to the other and all the way back. And she acted like it was just a normal day to her. It was really weird to me. And she just yelled, hey, stop that. And all of a sudden it just, like, the power cut off and it quit. And, to this day, I still can't explain what caused it or what done it, but it was definitely one of those make the hair stand up on the back of your neck and made me decide I don't want to go back. And like I say, I don't know enough about it, but you see a lot of footage of, like, afterlife. They'll move objects or whatever. I don't know if this was a radio. Her dad was a prankster. I don't know if it's a radio he set up to mess with people or what, but it seemed very abnormal to me. I think the fish have gone on vacation too for the holiday here. PR, I can see that. Things happen, they leave the world too early, whether they're doing it for good or bad. And a lot of people think the afterlife is always here to haunt you, but I think some of it's here to finish what they were trying to carry out good too. gonna give it about 5 more minutes here, and we're gonna go look, see if we can't find a better place to catch fish. Oh, I definitely believe in them. I just don't know how much interaction I want to have with them. There's definitely things out there we can't explain or understand. But there's definitely something out there. You know, I'm not a super religious person by no means. I've attended church some. I don't go every weekend like a lot of people do. But you know, part of the Bible talks about the coming of Jesus and all the souls going, and you'll be able to see all the souls going to heaven. I believe part of that is some of the souls that didn't quite get out to head to heaven, and they're still trapped here, and that's the spirit that's still hanging around until it's their time to go up or down. But you know, a lot we can believe we don't have proof of. So yeah, PR, I do believe fishing is probably my favorite activity. If you ask my wife, she wouldn't believe me. I believe spending time with my wife and my kids are probably right there with it. But um, fishing is probably my favorite activity by myself. I would really enjoy it if my wife and kids came with me, but they have so many other things they want to do. Never got into surfing. We don't have the quality coastline here to surf. You know, most of our waves here are 2, 3 foot tall. You could probably surf them briefly, but there's not enough to do a whole lot of surfing. Best we get here, we have a hurricane come in, and we'll have some 5 to 10 foot waves for a very short duration. But normally the undertow is so dangerous that nobody really messes with it. Boxing, boxing. I've done a lot of physical sports as far as football, baseball, wrestling through the years, but never felt the need to do a contact sport. I don't know if I got enough patience for boxing. I've gotten a lot better in older age, but I don't know at my younger age if I had the mentality and patience to be professional at boxing, where understanding that it is a competition and not an aggression. Yeah, I don't think the training would be bad. The physical training, I think I could have handled that. I was in great shape in my younger days, and I'm not in bad shape now, but I was in a lot better shape in my younger age. But I done a lot of physical training for all the sports that I played. Heck, for 3 or 4 years, I stayed in the weight room and doing cardio and all that stuff for a long time, but never never enjoyed, which we didn't have boxing around here either. You know, so that might be a lot of it. The boxing and any of the mixed martial arts stuff didn't really get popular around here until 5 to 7 years ago. That was more of a West Coast thing. You know, we knew about boxing, but there was no sanctioned events or anybody actively participating. Now there's all kind of mixed martial arts and jiu-jitsu type groups around this area everywhere. But years ago there were not. There was one group of karate, and I don't even know if I knew anybody back then that was in it. I know several people now, but back in the day I didn't know anybody that was involved with it. PR, that's awesome. That was the biggest thing around here. We're from a very small town, but most of our curricular sports were based on what the kids wanted to play. We didn't have a lot of troublesome kids, but it did help a lot. But I have learned that this fishing is what helps a lot of people. Less stress, less a lot of people that are having problems in life don't need to physically get the stress out. They just need to get it out. BP, have a good one, bud. Stop back by and see you. I'll try to go live here in a day or two, but I'll try to go maybe even this evening, depending on what the wife's got planned. I think her and the kids are going to watch a movie. But yeah, a lot of the people I've met, especially people that have had substance abuse in their life and stuff, if you get to sit down and talk to them, and I know quite a few of them around here, that'll tell you that that fishing helped save them. That got them away from the substance abuse. So, yeah, any time you can put anything together that will help somebody's life be better, I am all for it. I don't care if it's cycling, fishing, boxing, you know, drawing, doing artwork, whatever it takes, as long as they feel good. All right, guys, I'm gonna reel up. We're gonna slide back a little bit. I'm gonna see if I can find another hole somewhere. Looks like the fish didn't want to participate here as well as I want them to. That one's hung up. Might go get it in a second. Can't catch a fish without bait. As my good fishing buddy tells me, ain't got no crickets today. PR, I think my next goal of fishing for you guys to watch is going to be trying to figure out how to get this boat set up for night fishing where you can see what we're doing. I've got some lights on here, but they're not good enough to fish at night. I'm gonna add a front pedestal on to try to put me a pole up so I can get a light up in the air. I can get my camera a little higher, get my lights a little higher, and we can fish at night. All right, let me get this front anchor in. We'll go get that rig unhung. Anyway. Alright, I'm gonna get the trolling motor up and all that good stuff. We're gonna slide around and see if we can't find one more for you. These lakes and rivers, man, they are different. Just between river and a lake, they are terribly different. I've always, there's a little local lake here. I don't tell a whole lot of people this because I'm terrible at fishing that lake, but Lake Watery is a local lake to me. I have fished all my life and I'm terrible at it. These rivers, they're finicky. You can get in a river. If there's current flowing, the first couple of days may be great. After it flows for several days, I don't know if the fish get tired or what it is. But man, I've noticed after 2 or 3 days of current, they just don't want to bite like they do when it's that first day or first 2 days after a storm. You know, if we get a very, very heavy flood and that water starts rolling, I think the bait fish get tired here and the big fish start feeding, and you know, it's great for the big fish, but after a couple of days, I don't know if they lay down in the holes or they only feed less current when it slows down or what it may be, but definitely changes the fishing characteristics. I've never fished this lake area, so I'm gonna run around slow. Sometimes the moon, or maybe they moved around spots. Yeah, the moon, man. I've been fishing all my life, and I still don't understand how much the moon affects it, how much the front's affected. You can ask the old wise guys that are very, very knowledgeable, and 5 out of 10 is going to tell you fish the rising pressure. The other 5 is going to fish the falling pressures. You know, some people tell you that right before full moon is the best time. Some tell you right after the full moon is the best time. I can tell you from my experience, about 3 days before and 3 days after a full moon on a clear sky is terrible for me. I don't know why. I think, and this is just my thoughts, but I think the fish feed all night because they can see well with a full moon, and so they're very, very dormant during the day or during the time that I'm fishing. But any other time, they are pretty active during the day because they can't feed at night as easily. Because I know they have a great sense of sight and all that at night, but it's definitely different for me at night when the full moon is up. So, plus, you know, like you said, some of you said earlier, I think Rusty mentioned the spawn's coming, so these fish are either pigging out or they're not doing hardly anything. Trying to figure out, let's go around this side. Yeah, this side. So like I say, I've never been on this part of the water. I'm also, I don't know, PR in your professional career where you fished at, but some of the new technology now, you can map the lake, the particular water I'm on. I don't have maps of it. I don't know where it's 2 foot deep and where it's 20 foot deep. So I'm going slow. I can build maps as I ride around with these units. You guys can't see it normally, but right here I've got 2 Humminbird helixes. They're older units. They're probably 7-8 years old, but I'm actually actively building a contour map this lake as I ride. So that's another reason I'm not moving very fast. One, because I don't know what's here. The other thing is it's full of rocks. You can tear a boat up out here in a heartbeat. But let's ease around and see what's here. See, PR, you know, I told you earlier I was a smart fella, but I was a very slow fella. If you will confirm, does PR mean Puerto Rico in your name? I think you've told me that about 5 times. I think I'm just now putting it together. Born in Brooklyn, New York, raised in Puerto Rico. See, look at there. It only took me like 3 lives to figure out that PR meant Puerto Rico. See, I'll catch on one day. That might be why I'm a little slow at catfishing too. Man, there's awesome fish in here on the sonar that you just don't want to eat. I don't know if you can hear either. It sounds like the wind's picking up pretty good. I don't know if it's down here yet. But I am marking some great fish here that just don't want to bite. Marking some huge tree here underwater. Is the wind bad through the live? And we're driving about 3 miles an hour, but it feels like the wind's probably 6 or 8 at least. I can't drive past them. I've tried. Just gonna have to see if they got any appetite. Zip tie for my anchor rope that I broke off on the last stop. I'll put some in here, but I don't know where. Set up, take me just a minute here. Some soon. Plan B. See if I can find something to make a homemade knot with. Let me get all my ropes tight, and we're gonna go fishing for a little bit. Just 1 second, guys. We'll be back at fish in just a second, trying to get the ropes pulled tight here in the wind. All right. Pretty jumbo gizzard shads there. Awesome bait. Make good bait here, cut bait. There we go. further with less knots. Much better. Alright, sorry guys. Alright. We're back at the buffet. Buffet's open, fish is ready to eat. I say they're ready to eat, we'll see. Alright. Sorry everyone. We can get back to chit chatting now. Strawberry lemonade out. We're side drifting just a little bit. Try to tighten this up just a hair while we set up. Paranormal, what's your, I'm assuming you normally fly in from Puerto Rico into the States. You fly in down around Florida, somewhere in there, and then come up? APR. I'm in South Carolina, yes. That's what I was wondering, if you fly in to Florida when you go to Puerto Rico, or do you catch a connecting flight from somewhere else? I don't think you can fly from New York straight to Puerto Rico, right? I'm assuming you have to jump customs and all that fun stuff to head out. Oh, you can go straight. Wow. Okay. I know sometimes the international flights have to leave from certain terminals. I didn't know if you could leave out straight, or I think a lot of people go up to the New York area to do the European flights over to Europe. I wasn't sure if you could do it straight from there or not. If you want to look up, if you get bored and want to know roughly where I'm at, look up Great Falls, South Carolina. If you see any of the water there on the maps running through, that's part of the waters I'm fishing. This area is called Stumpy Pond, but I don't know if that shows up on Google or not. A lot of old mill villages around here named some of these reservoirs and things. I think we're already getting a fish bite on that second one. But a lot of all the way around the boat. Well, we got something. A little bigger catfish. He started fighting that. Very good. He got the buffet to go today. Come on now. Put the net on this side. I've caught every fish on this side today. So I can catch one on the other side now. There you go. About 5, 7 pounds, something like that. Nice little fish. Member of the high dive swimming team. He stuck the landing with a perfect score. Caught him on that bait there. Very busy, so we're going to repurpose it. Just can't get another one of the friends on the snack bar. All right, welcome in, welcome in. I think we got a couple new people here. Welcome in, guys. Guys and gals, I'm assuming there's a mixture of both. I'm gonna have to shed this hoodie because I done got rather warm. Give me 1 second. Oh, getting a bump on the outside rod. Alright, it's a little cooler, not a lot. I think it went from very windy PR to no wind at all. Man, what is going on? Sorry guys, phone buzzing. Oh, that's why. Need a little juice on the phone. We're down to 12%. See if I can't get it to boost up here. Give me 1 second. All right, charging now. Welcome. We got 3 people watching. Got 21 thumbs up today. Appreciate everybody hitting that like button. Got some awesome people dropped in today. Got PR been here with me most of the day. PR, I appreciate it. I think we got a fish on this outside rod, maybe. See, yep, he's fixing to take it. Taking it home with him upstream. See what happens. Carried a long ways, but did not have a mouth big enough for that big old bait. See that there, guys? I'm not against little fish. I'm on 50 substantial size today. They're here. I've seen them. They're on the screen. They're just not eating yet. That's right, PR. You guys, if y'all see PR fishing report or fishing journal, PR fishing journal, or paranormal PR in here, go check out his channel and like and subscribe. He's got some great content. I've been checking it out as I have time myself. I hadn't watched all of it, but I'm getting close. Like you said, it's free. No subscriptions or any of that mess. Just good old-fashioned fishing for free. Oh, I can't see the screen real well. Looks like we got 2 people still in. So PR, I know you're still hanging out with me, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. The glare's getting a little tough on me here. I can't see as well. Yeah, 2 people, 21 likes. Thumbs up. I appreciate it, guys. We're going to give it about, I'm going to say 10 minutes. So it's 11:10, 11:20. We're going to reel up. We're going to ease around here and see if we find another good fishing spot and try to fish. If we can't find a good fishing spot, we may regroup, try a different body of water tonight or in the morning. We'll figure out what day we're going. But cool, PR. He lives in North Carolina. What part of North Carolina? I keep forgetting North Wilmington. Oh yeah, Wilmington's not too far from here. Probably 2 hours or so. Not terrible. Wilmington's out more towards the coast, right? North. I'm assuming. I think that's Wilmington. I'm thinking about. Kind of east of Raleigh, North Carolina, if I remember right. Geography was about my 5th uh, favorite activity in school. I can remember towns I've been to. Well, PR, you need to come down and see your brother, and while you're around, stop on into the Carolinas. We'll go fishing. As you can see, I'm not the greatest fisherman, but we'll go give it a hard time anyway. Yeah, drop by sometime. It doesn't have to be immediately. Next 3 to 5 years. I threw my email. Made an email address for my page. I didn't want to share my personal email address for reasons that it's actually my legal name. But There's an email address on my Facebook page. Fishy Things, what's going on, bud? If you want to shoot me a message, if you're ever in the area, we'll link up. We'll go fish for a little bit. Fishy, how's it going today? Fishy, we out here trying to catch some catfish, man. It's slow this morning. We've got 3 now, and if I didn't know any better from different spots, I would think it was the same 3 fish. They were all 5 to 7 pound blue cats. I was in a hope and a mission to come out here and catch some at least 20 to 30 pounders. I hear all these rumors about how big a fish is out here. I just have not found them yet. I have seen some on a sonar, but they fed at the buffet last night under the full moon, I guess. Fishy, we were talking about that earlier. There's a lot of old timers that say, this is good and this is bad, but I think for me personally, fishing around a full moon, unless I'm fishing at night, is terrible for catfishing, especially during the day. I think they eat all night because they can see those fish in the shallows, the bait fish and things that they're snacking on. And I think we're getting a hit on this rod here, but I think they feed all night in the shallows, and then they might feed around late afternoon, and then they'll feed again all night. So I don't have a lot of luck, but a bad day fishing's a better day than working. So I'm out here instead of work. I got a whole crew working today. Knock on wood, I've only had one message from them today, so they must be doing good. Fishy, that's probably something I should do. As much as I fish and tournament fish, I probably should keep up with how I catch fish and what the conditions are. But unfortunately, the trail that we fish has decided to not continue this year. The guys have been doing it for 10, 15 years. After about 10 or 15 years, they decided they didn't want to do it anymore. Got him. Oh, that's a decent fish. I think that's better than what I've been catching. PR, we might catch a big fish of the day here. I ain't gonna say it's huge, but I think it's a little better. He actually got the full little drag for me. That's exciting. There he goes. Gonna spin you guys around while I'm playing with this fish here. This might be one of the fish I've been looking for. I wanted to catch a flathead today. I think that's him. Got a little more grit to him. Ah, that's what I've been looking for, guys. There he is. Been looking for a flathead, and I finally got him here. It's a good flathead, too. I'm going to say he's around 15, 20 pounds. Spin you guys around here. Sorry, I got tied up for a minute. We got a nice little flathead in here. Let me get him picked up and hook out of him and all that. See. Come on here, buddy. There you go, guys. Check that beauty out. Nice flathead. And I'm gonna try to get a weight off of him. I think he's probably gonna be in the 15, 18 pounds. He might break 20. Let's see what he weighs today. Anybody want to take any guess of what he weighs before we get him on here? I'll give you just a second to cast your votes there. Maybe he'll be still. $14.7. Come on about there, buddy. I'm gonna hold you with my hands. Pretty fish. Big old flathead. They got a big mouth on them. 14 pounds. That's a pretty one. All right, we're gonna let him go. I want him to be up in the 30s and 40s. He's gone. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Bud Files, what's going on, buddy? Fishy things. You right on it, bud. 14 pounds. Man, I love flatheads. I don't target them. Flatheads are a fun fish. They put up a good fight. I don't try to set my drags too tight. I think a lot of people mess up by setting their drags tight, breaking off fish and things, fishy things. I think drag is part of the failure of most people's lines. I don't ever muscle fish in. I let them tire themselves out. So they want to fight for 5 minutes or 20 minutes. We're gonna play the game with them. Right back up to y'all in just a minute. Bad boy back out there. See if his brother and his grandpa's hungry. Alright, that might have been what got me earlier, PR. He done the same thing. Took the bait and run way up water and just sit there. Alright. Let me catch up with everybody here. Flatheads are your favorite fishy? Absolutely. Yeah, fishy. There's not a lot of flatheads around here. This reservoir here is supposed to have some good flatheads in it. They say some really nice blues in here too. That's the second flathead I've caught out of this reservoir. I've only fished it 3 times, so that's pretty good odds. If you cross the spillway below us here into actually Lake Watery, we have tournaments down there, and we have some really good anglers, and you might see a flathead twice in a season. You know, if you see more than 2 or 3 in a season, which we only fish 3 tournaments down there, but if you see many flatheads on Lake Watery, you've done something. So, Bud File, sorry about that, bud. I know you come in. I spoke to you, but we got kind of sidetracked there with a fish on. So, how are you doing today? Fishy, you're right. I don't know. I'll turn you around here. I don't know if you can see that real well, but it's pretty murky here. This is if you want to go back and watch on the live earlier, but just let's see, right here is nothing but rocks, and it's a whitewater center. They do recreational whitewater rafting up there that they cycle on and off based on the needs for the whitewater rafting center. So they got a floodgate. They'll stand it up and hold water for several hours or even a couple of days, depending on the season, and they'll drop it down. I think it's what they call a Class 4 rapids. Man, they'll wash all that debris and everything down, and it stirs the mud up, and you can't see it where we're at here, but up in front of us, there's like a foamy residue on top of the water. There's trash floating everywhere, and you might be able to see right over here off the point of those trees. A lot of debris sticking out of the water. A lot of material out here. I think this orange rod's getting hit again. A lot of debris floating around up here. We're on the upper end, but it isn't a mile from the rocks to the spillway. And then this morning I went up the other side. There's a hydroelectric dam on the side that the excess water runs through to generate power. So they kind of use this area as a dual purpose. I was going to give it 10 more minutes because the fishing was slow and we were going to move, but now I think I want to sit here another minute. Situation again, something that carried my line up the river. Shaking from the waves of the other boat. Fishy, that's right, man. Right here, about 30 foot out. That's why I've got 2 rods right there. There's a huge brush pile underwater right there. But the problem is I just cut my current off, so ain't really any smell moving around. But I got it thrown right in the top. I actually have one in it, if I'm not 100% sure. But it's funny is all my bites are coming out here in the channel, so they may be out here cruising right now. But yeah, I try to throw it up in those treetops or underwater flats that's got some brush on it. I know those flatheads, they'll lay up in those big rocks too at spillways, lay behind them where they can get out of the current but still ambush their bait. Kind of what I was targeting up at the rocks there coming out of the rapids, but just wasn't wanting to cooperate. So there's some decent flatheads around here. I don't target them specifically during tournament season. Just usually size by size, a blue weighs more than a flathead, but I'll take a big flathead over a little blue any day. We fished a lake up in North Carolina, Lake Tillery, and me and the guy I fish with, he's got a channel here. It's Fishing and Hunting Outdoors, or Fishing and Hunting 80. If you do the @Fishing and Hunting 80. 2 years ago, we won second place in that tournament out of 141 boats, and both fish were flatheads. We had, I think we had 60-some pounds of 2 flatheads. Definitely, we'll take a good flathead any day. when we're competition fishing, but we normally focus on blues and then take the flatheads as they come along. I think this month and the next month the blues will start spawning, and then the flatheads will be right after it. So I'll probably chase the flatheads a little bit harder while the blues are spawning. PR, yeah, man, we had a great year that year. I've done great this year. Don't get me wrong. Me and my other partner Carl, he fished with me all year this year. We finished fourth in the points. We actually led our points trail about 4 tournaments, and then the last 2 tournaments we just couldn't pull it off. We caught a bunch of fish, just couldn't catch big fish. The last tournament we caught 17 fish and couldn't get one over about 14 pounds, I believe it was. But some of the best anglers and catfishing in the southeast fish right here around us, and there are some jam up guys here. Many of them have gone to other states and placed really high in tournaments, and so I'm honored to be in 4th of the points of our trail. For no longer I've been doing it, but that year we got second at that King Artillery tournament up there. We had a great year. I think we won some substantial money. Well, I know we won some substantial money through the year for catfishing. You know, most trails only pay a few $100 or $1,000 to win, and that year we were well into the 5 figures of winnings that year. But you don't get to do that every year, and most of that's luck. I'll take lucky any day of the week. Flatheads are lazy fish. Some of them. Hold on, the screen keeps going out. Yeah, fishy. I don't know if you've ever heard of the fishtagger.com, where you can put a serialized fish tag right by their dorsal fin. I read into that a little bit, and usually the fish that are caught, like you say, are caught pretty close to the same area again. Blues will travel a little way, but flatheads are pretty territorial. Even if you let them go in another area, like during a tournament, if you'll run them down the lake or up the river or something for a weigh in, if you give them enough time, they'll end up back in the same neighborhood. So I don't know if it's kind of like deer. You know, deer's territorial. The bucks will roam the same area until a bigger one comes in. I don't know if a bigger flathead will push them out, or if they cohabitate well. But you know, definitely have seen the tagging data that they use for tracking that'll show that the fish have been in the same area numerous times over, and it's also interesting for the guys that report the data. They'll put on 4 or 5 pounds and they'll lose 2 pounds. They'll put on 4 or 5 pounds. They have kind of a seesaw weight. So if you catch him now, he might weigh, say, 20 pounds. You catch him in 2 months, he may weigh 25, and then wait another month, he may weigh 18. You know, so no telling. They float their weight a lot, it looks like. This year I found a spot up on the river, I guess about a month ago. They have imploded some railroad trestles under the water, or some old bridges. There's a couple bridges, a couple railroads that cross all in that one area, and you can see all the structure still there. Like it either fell in or they just floated up and dropped it in the water. But I really, at some point here in the future, want to go up and spot lock over that and drop some live baits down in the water, you know, 2 foot off the top of it, and see if there's anything laying in there. I feel confident there's going to be a monster laying in there. But I'll definitely be upgrading a little stronger line and a little stronger leaders, because those are the ones I think I'm going to lock and drag down a little tighter, so when they hit, they can't take you home. I think the biggest thing with flatheads most people use is they pull them down into the structure they're in, and they get hung up, can't pull them back out. So you either got to stop him before he gets there, or be able to hold on to him until he can get out. So yeah, I don't know if this structure is wooden or what. It's hard to tell, you know, from the sonar, but I've actually got a picture. I may snag it off my other boat and throw it up tonight and tag you in it and see what you think. to me, it's a beautiful structure. It's 28 to 30 foot of water, and the structure's up to about 3 foot below the surface, and it spans the whole width of the river. They've actually got hazard buoys everywhere. I guess as the water gets a couple feet lower, then they can warn people that there's debris and stuff there that can damage. So it may be steel, it may be wood. Yeah. Only thing on fish is it's about an hour and 50 minutes from the house, so it's a ride, but all great things are worth a ride. Is what I tell everybody, whether it be a fish or a friend or a lady friend or whatever you got. Dinner, I have drove a long ways for some good food. Fishy, I don't know where you're located at, man, but I'm in South Carolina. You're welcome anytime to come jump in. I think you were a little more west, maybe Tennessee, western Tennessee, if I remember right. Wisconsin. Oh, yeah. Definitely not western Tennessee. Well, if you ever get bored and want to see South Carolina, we got some beautiful water here. I would say there's some big fish here, but I ain't proved that in a while. I think there's big fish everywhere, but we've got Santee Lakes down here, which is Lake Marion, Lake Moultrie, that's been known to produce some absolute giants. I've watched 2 fish in a tournament weigh in over 100 pounds with my own eyes. So there are definitely some big ones down here. That's where my top 3 PBs came from, the blues, which is a 62, a 57, and a 56. Caught numerous 40 pounds down there. I had a friend of mine that is very knowledgeable of that lake, showed me some good areas of fish there. But that lake overall is a great lake. So definitely welcome to come down and fish if you want. Give me a couple days heads up if you want to jump in my page. There's an email address, that way you don't drop all your personal information on chat here. Just shoot me a message and let me know. I'm gonna probably be out near your way first of the year next year. Usually about every January, maybe every other January, we come out to western Tennessee to Reelfoot Lake and do some duck hunting. But I've also been told that there's some great catfish there, so I may double up and duck hunt up to lunch and catfish in the evening and duck hunt the next morning. I'll probably drive down to Tennessee and fish for blues with Skipjack Cindy in a few months. Yeah, Cindy's awesome. I like watching her and Travis. She's got good commentary. Travis cuts up in the background with her. Cindy interacts with all of her followers and chat guests really well. She's got it down pat. There's quite a few great YouTubers in Tennessee area. I know Pontoon Jody, she's getting pretty big up there as well. I think she said she's moving over to Watts Bar Lake here soon. Man, you gonna make me order a ticket. I've been wanting to fish for sturgeon for a while. I think I'm gonna load up the boat and go ahead and get on a plane. I'll be there in about 6 hours. I don't even need clothes. I'll get them when I get there. I'd like to wrestle one of those big sturgeon. That just seems like a great time. Man, 100-pound sturgeon. You couldn't get me to quit smiling. I go through TSA to get back on a plane, and they wouldn't know what I was up to. I smiled so much. I'd probably be detained for at least a day or two. They'd think I was up to some illegal activity the way I was smiling getting on a plane. Fall's the best time. Well, If I get broke free, I might look you up. I might keep you on that one. That's prime duck hunt season too out there. I don't know if you do any waterfowl hunting, but Tennessee, Missouri area is a great area to waterfowl hunt. I get ducks around here, but nothing like out there. Guys, I'm gonna reel up and we're gonna ride a little bit. I think we're gonna try to hit one more spot, but I'm not 100% sure. It gets pretty warm here. If you want to hang tight or if you want to check back in, either one's good with me. Let's see here. Jamie, what's up, man? Guys, check out Fishing and Hunting Outdoors. It's just chatting here with us. That's my fishing partner. When I do get to fish and he gets to fish at the same time, he goes live usually 4 or 5 times a week when he's off. So check him out. He's got some good videos up. Catches a lot of fish. Guys, we're gonna move around a little bit, so it might be a little noisy, but see if we can't find some fish. There you guys on front camera, you can get a little better scenic view of where we're going at here. I still read the chats. And we'll see what we're looking at. Jamie, I got 4 today, bud. I got 3 blues and I got I think it was 14-pound flathead. So a little bit slow, but not terrible. Yeah, PR, he's building up quick, man. He's rocking and rolling. He's putting his hours in and getting all of his subscribers up. He's killing it. I don't get to put the time in like he does, but I definitely try to put out some good content. So Fishing, welcome back. Hey, you got rained out. I'm glad you're back with us here. So I think Stone, when you left, we had two in the boat. We got 4 now. We got another blue about, I'm gonna say 5 to 7 pounds, and then we got a 14 roughly pound flathead. Just a minute ago. We're gonna ride around. I had never been on this side here, so checking out what's around here, giving you guys a scenic tour. We'll come around in a minute. You'll be able to see some boat ramps and the spillway and all that stuff. But I've never fished any of this side of the reservoir, so I'm learning it as we go. Trying not to go too fast and tear everything up, but see what we can get into here, and depending on how the fish looks. We may set up one more time. I need to, here in the near future, I need to head to meet up with the wife and the kids and get some lunch and spend some time with them. But right now, I think I got probably another hour or so to look around and see what I like here. And all that's got them all messed up, so we're slipping around seeing what's here. Check out PR Raymond. He's got 2 pages. He's got a fishing journal page, and he's also got a paranormal page. Both of those are great pages. He's got some good content on there. Check him out. Jamie, you up for lunch with Reeser, or y'all up for today? That's right, stone fishing. Paranormal activity is not for me. I don't mind talking about it. I don't want to see it. I'm still looking for Bigfoot out here to the south. When I find him, I might move on to paranormal stuff. Bigfoot and lizard man's the two things that I'm after down here. You guys ever see fishing and hunting outdoors on a boat, you'll think you're fishing with Bigfoot. He'll be out there grunting and everything. Done pulled his knee. Told him he ain't as young as he used to be. Man, Stone, 15? I bet you have trouble locating shoes. I wear a 10 and a half, 11 and a half or a 12, and I have trouble finding shoes sometimes. I imagine a 15. You get to sew two shoes together sometimes. You wear a size 15, you got to be at least 6'6" or a little bigger. Yeah, you ain't much tall. I'm 6'2", so 6'4" ain't that much bigger. You about my size, really. I'm 6'2" and 220, so 6'4", 240, a couple inches, 20 pounds ain't bad. Just gotta figure out where you got that extra 3.5 sizes of foot on me. I need that when the wind's blowing on these boats to keep my footing down. You got some tall people. Any of them basketball players is a traditional question. I find everybody in my family is over 6 foot, don't care about basketball. Tallest guys in the family. Cousin Russian stays on carpenter. That's about right. Yeah, I think a lot of people that are tall don't have a passion for tall people sports. guys can see that real well there. That's the lower end of the spillway, so no further than we've ridden. That's the lower end of the spillway. You can kind of see the white buoys there. That house up on the hill, that's a dream one day to have a house overlooking the water like this. I don't know who owns it, but it looks nice. But yeah, that's the spillway there that you can see. That's actually the right hand side. There's two power generating plants there. One is vintage, the other one is still active. I think the vintage one still runs, it's not nearly as much, but they still operate it every once in a while. Stone, I know exactly what you mean, but my wife is 5'4", 5'5". She's a lot shorter than I am. And I think her favorite part is me being able to pick her up so she can reach stuff, or pick her up so she can she don't have to walk across the yard to get a piggyback ride. So I think short girls like the tall guys for that reason. My wife lets me pick up. She's like a koala. You get close enough, she'll wrap her arms around you. You can't peel her off. I'm not having much luck marking any more fish. I done got up in the heat of the day here, and I got about a 5-minute ride back to the truck. It's not a very big reservoir to cover ground here. I think I'm gonna call it a day. Might get back on tonight and go eat dinner with the wife and kids since they finish up their morning activities, and find out what they're gonna do tomorrow and this evening, and hopefully I can jump back on here and we can catch some more fish. I appreciate everybody jumping in. Everybody still watching, thank you very much. And I'll look forward to talking to you guys here in the next live. Thank you guys.